Beats the heck out of what I'm paying now. Beats the heck out of what I'm paying now.
That's what I mean. Holy cow.
All right, it's 6 o'clock and we'll call this work session to order. First thing on the agenda is the discussion from All West Communications and high-speed internet provider for digital TV and digital phone, and I'll pass it over to you, Lou.
Thank you, Board of Council. I was contacted by Marty about setting up a workshop with the council about their All West Communication system. And we got in, I think, as soon as we could. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Kurt and Marty.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Marty Carollo. I live in Green River. This is Kurt Zirkle. He out of our Camas office. That's our headquarters, Camas, Utah. Our company is called All West Communications. All West Communications is a full-service internet, phone, and video provider. Our headquarters are in Camas, Utah, but in Wyoming we have services in Evanston, Kemmer, Diamondville, Granger, Rock Springs, Green River, and Cokeville. So we are, I came from the cable side of business. My family had Sweetwater Cable until 2017 when All West purchased us. But All West and Sweetwater are, we've been around a long time. Sweetwater was 1956. All West started in the Cokeville area in 1919. So we are used to working in rural environments, and we take our commitments to our customers very seriously. And we understand what it is to be a provider in rural Wyoming and the importance of bringing that there. We are here tonight because we have identified Rollins as a potential opportunity for us to bring fiber optic cables to your community. As Louis and I have talked about, you have a great incumbent here in Charter Communications. I've known those guys for a long time. But cable is not the wave of the future. Fiber internet is. And we are proposing to come in at our own dollar. We're not asking anything else from the city other than an opportunity to come in, use the existing rights-of-ways via a franchise agreement to put up fiber optics where we can overhead and put it in the ground where we need to, and offer that to our services, or offer our services to the customers and compete one-on-one with Charter. No silliness, no gimmicks. This is just pure service play. If we don't provide the best service at the best product, then our customers will not come to us. So that's our goal, is to provide the best service at the best price. You can see with the pamphlets that we've had you, our service offerings are the same wherever we are. You'll see that there's a cable pricing because we have cable in Rock Springs and Evanston, and fiber is where we're migrating to. We're building in Rock Springs this year. We built Kemmer and Diamondville. They're 100% fiber and growing rapidly. One of the benefits that we have found with fiber, and I've been on economic development boards in South Lincoln and Sweetwater, is that when our businesses come to look for an opportunity in our community, the first question, or one of the first questions they ask is, do you have fiber? It's not do you have cable, it's do you have fiber? And communities that say, yes, we have fiber available in our community, take away one of the very important no's. So it's one way for a community to take away a no and give themselves another opportunity to find businesses that are looking to relocate into them. So we know that's the case. We're seeing it in all of our communities, and it just gives a community an extra boost to go forward. We do know that there have been several providers that have come in recently, and our intention is to work rapidly with your attorney. We've already provided franchise agreements that we have currently active in communities in Wyoming. We're looking at the active franchise agreements that you have here with both Charter and with FatBeam, and of course with Visionary. We're not looking for any special deals. As I said, we're just looking for an equal opportunity to compete and let our service and product be what we can for the customers that to migrate. We're also building rapidly in the Wasatch Front, so we're in a rapid expansion, but our roots are rural. We know our communities, we know what it means to be a community player, we know what it means to be a sponsor to local events. We know what it means to have a team that's on site to meet the needs of the community. So we would look to hire locally for technicians, and all of our customer service reps are either in Rock Springs, Evanston,
Utah.
some in Utah, but we would also look to have some offerings here. The beauty of the internet is you do not necessarily have to be in a community to solve a customer's problems. So a customer in Camas can be served by a customer here, and a service rep here can service a customer in Camas. So we train all of our staff, which are all locals from Wyoming and Utah. We don't have anybody outside our two states that answer the calls, and our techs are from our states. The folks that do our building are individual companies that we've worked with in the past and have had success in our communities, and we trust to come in because we know that when you come in and create the disruptive environment of building a network over the top of another network, if you don't do it properly, you don't solve problems as they occur, then you set the groundworks for failure. And we are not looking to create failure. We are looking for a successful entry into the market and an opportunity to compete.
Yeah, really just to differentiate cable from fiber is it's all about the speeds. With fiber, you can get tremendously faster uploading and download speeds. Typically with cable, you're maximized at about 1 gig download and uploads maybe 100. With fiber, we're offering now 8 gig uploading and download speeds. It's symmetrical. So when you're streaming, you're gaming, you're teleconferencing, it's perfect. You never buffer. It's an incredible experience at similar pricing, if not less than what you're paying for cable. It's all about providing residents and businesses a choice. We all like to have choice. You don't want to be stuck with one provider, and if they raise your prices, what can you do? You pay it. We just want to offer a choice to residents and a superior product on top of that. We're excited about the Rollins. We spent the day here. I feel like I know it pretty well after driving it out. And we have great private equity backers that are looking for opportunities to grow. Marty and I have been over 3 states the last 2 months exploring the opportunities, and I really believe this is a great opportunity. So with that, open it up to questions you guys may have about All West or our products.
If this goes through, how long are you looking at doing it?
So
10 years, 20 years, or?
if we can get the franchise agreement, get confidence that the franchise agreement's gonna be approved, I would apply for full permits immediately. That's dependent on Rocky Mountain Power's turnaround. Typically, you're talking 5 to 6 months sometimes to get all the way through that cycle, but we could build a city like Rollins very quickly. We're actively building right now in Ogden, North Ogden, Harriman, Farmington, all major suburbs, Rock Springs.
Still in,
And
Kemmer?
We're looking for more opportunities in the great state of Wyoming. We really believe it's a nice opportunity where we could come in and provide this option for your residents.
Councilmember Singer?
Lou, this question is for you. How much of our fiber is up?
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Just the, what's in the air right now and what's underground?
I don't have that.
Did you guys get a sense of it while you were out?
I mean, when I look at the materials available to us through the FCC, et cetera, there's very minimal fiber in the city, especially in the residential footprints.
That we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just referring to when you have to go up, which is what you're saying. How much of our fiber is buried where you'd have to go underground? But you said primarily you want to be up.
We'll follow whatever the easements dictate. So if there are
Okay.
pole lines, we'll try to utilize them. If there isn't, we're gonna go
Okay.
and find room in the easement.
Because most of the alleys have poles in them here.
Yeah, and we did a good deep dive into the poles and the infrastructure, and they all look very solid, inviting. We really try to be the least disruptive as possible. Visually, we all know that underground is visually better, but if you're a resident, whether you're gonna take the service or not, and I have to dig across your yard, you're impacted. So we really try and impact our potential customers the least possible, so that their experience is the best experience possible.
Where there is underground, obviously, we have limitations with weather here, as you guys know.
Yep.
So
We're familiar. Yeah.
we can get the aerial done year round, but we can't go underground until that magic fall happens.
Yeah. So are you thinking like a year then?
I mean, in
Timeframe?
reality, we could finish this inside of 12 months easily, factoring in the winter component. So if we started submitting poll permits, I could see us, the moment the poll permits come back with continuity, we would begin.
I think our city would be happy to have options.
Anxious.
Yes.
I've worked in the competitive fiber industry for 25 years, and most communities just welcome choice.
Yes,
For the residents.
absolutely.
The last thing you want to do is hear people complain about not having a choice. That's
Yes.
what we're trying to provide.
So currently, the only thing we're waiting on is the franchise agreement and whether or not we say yay, nay.
That's really the only obstacle for me to proceed with moving forward with the bill.
And we don't know where our franchise agreement.
So
How long-
we haven't, we have an attorney, been rolling down to Cheyenne, has been working with your attorney. What we're trying to do is to use existing frameworks and
Yes.
and franchises so that they are equal amongst the competitors. Typically in this scenario, we like to do it as two separate franchises. We do a cable franchise, even though we're using one fiber to operate the services, we do a cable franchise, which allows a community to receive some reimbursements if there is cable television. It's based on a percentage, it's up to 5%, on the cable TV services themselves. In telecom, which includes internet, you cannot charge for internet services. That's an FCC federal mandate. So internet cannot be charged for at this time. Telecom services, which are telephone, do have a percentage that you can accept, that you can put into franchise. So we're looking at, we know that you have what Charter's agreement is. We're looking at that. And we know what was done on internet. But I don't think that Fat Pipe had the telecom portion in it. So we really, or Fat Pipe, so we really want to make sure that as a community, you are whole in what the options are as far as the franchise. So we're close with it. We just have a few more details that we're working out. We know that typically these go as an ordinance, so you have your first reading, and it's a 3-reading ordinance, so we know that that's the process that it goes through. We prefer a rigorous look and discussion, and
Yeah.
I mean, this is a decision as a community that, although it does not cost the city anything, is of substance to your citizens. So I would come to the first meeting and be ready to do essentially the same presentation, but ready to answer any questions that your citizens might have. And hopefully,
Do you guys have any other questions, I guess?
I don't. Councilmember Elliott?
It sounds good, and a lot of great things, getting employees in the community and bringing revenue into Rollins. What are the downfalls, and what have you seen in other communities that would be a negative?
The only negative is really during the construction phase, we will be in the easements, and especially in the underground area. But we're gonna restore it back to the way it was. Some people don't like someone in their yard, but they think they don't understand the easement law typically. That's the only negative that potentially could happen, but our goal is to rectify that immediately to turn them into a customer. If we don't, they're not gonna be a customer.
Right. Thank you.
and so just a little bit on that. So typically what we do in a build, a fiber build in the underground area, is we'll put a conduit in the ground first, and then it comes into a vault. So we, as opposed to having pedestals that stick above the ground, our preference at this time is to have underground vaults. We like them to be in the yard inside of the easements, but they are structural, so people, they drive over them, they don't destroy them, they don't run into them with their trailer, things like that. Visually, they're more aesthetic looking at them, though they are a pedestal or a vault that sits subsurface. We have 3 kinds of vaults. We have a distribution vaults, we have splicing vaults, and then we have little ones that are for the houses. So we try and make those as small as possible. And then the drops go to the houses that choose the service. If you don't want the service, you still have the opportunity to take the service at any point. But typically when we do the bill, we try and get as many of those as we can, so that when our construction crews are on site, we can take care of the customers at that time.
Typically, just having fiber available to your residents increases property value.
It's
About 3 to 4% increase in your property value if you have fiber available versus not. So it's a real positive to the residents when they have that.
So the last thing, there's parts of our city that have a very high water table, less than 5 feet. Are the vaults, I'm gonna assume they're waterproof, you've got electrical things in them.
They're not waterproof, but they're designed to drain. And while we do them, they're sealed in water.
Okay.
So we're well versed in Wyoming winters and
Good.
all of the things that the freezing and the thawing and the filling and all that kind of stuff. So this stuff that we put in has been time tested. Much of stressful environmental conditions.
Great. Councilmember Elliott?
May I ask Mr. Lascano and
Absolutely.
Mr. Dill a question?
Sure.
Have you guys reviewed it, and have you guys seen any negatives that would impact Rollins or its residents besides what these gentlemen explained?
I have not. I think the biggest thing is choice. If we have a choice, yes, that's going to impact our city, but as far as anything else, I don't see any negativity.
And Cody, have you seen anything negative? Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
So you have our contact information.
Great.
If you have any questions as we go through this, Bruce has my phone number, myself. If you have any questions, concerns, any citizens have a question, please have them reach out. We'll be glad to answer them. We do the documentation and leave a few extra if anybody
Awesome.
in the community is interested in it. And we look forward to moving forward.
Okay.
So
We'll see you at our first meeting.
All right, thank you so
All right,
much.
Thank you.
Love the weather too. You can keep this going.
We want to, yes.
Not during a normal cowboy game.
All right, and then the next item on our work session discussion is discussion about the cash management and investment policy. And I believe that is all City Manager Sarvy's preview.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and honorable council. Tonight, I would like to discuss with council a potential policy to manage our cash management and our investments at the city. I know this has been a long time in coming, from staff to council to be able to receive this, but I believe we're at a good point tonight that I can be able to share with you a policy that will help us manage our cash and the investments both. There were 3 different files attached to board docs to your files. One of those is a sample policy from the GFOA. So that's the Government Finance Officers Association. They put out sample policies, and when I went out and reviewed some of the policies for municipalities in the state of Wyoming, they use this exact format. And so there's always nuances for each different organization that makes it unique. But overall, the policy used here, I would just say that you can refer to the sample investment policy from the GFOA, and that's where a lot of this comes from. Of course, we're gonna have, like I said, different things that I put in for us to make sure that we are covered with our special circumstances that we have. The other is the actual policy that I have drafted. And then the third document is what I'd like to share with you tonight, which is a PowerPoint that will take the different information that we have as a city, and it will put it into terms of the policy, and it'll put it also into the terms of the cash reserves that we're holding, our account structure, what we would like our account structure to look at, and all of those different things that'll help us move forward to be able to maximize the returns on the cash reserves we have, as well as the liquidity and as diversification and obviously the safety of our investments. So, with up on the screen through the PowerPoint, I will work through this fairly quickly. I would encourage questions at any point because a lot of this dives deep into financial terms and concepts that are very difficult sometimes to understand. And I would like to have council, be able to understand those terms and into what we are trying to do with them. So I will touch on a couple things within the policy first. The purpose of this policy, there's basically 4 different reasons, rationale that we would want to put together a cash management investment policy. Number 1 is the prudent management of public funds. We want to make sure that we can get these invested so that we can get a return, but it needs to be prudent. We can't put it all on the roulette table all at once and hope for the best. We really need to be conservative and to take a conservative approach with it. The second is liquidity, which is the ability to have those funds available when needed. So what we would do with this is we would break out our needs into 3 different time classifications. We would want short-term funds that we need to operate on every day as the operating needs come and the checks come and go. We want to make sure that we have in very liquid funds, bank accounts, we want to make sure we have the resources to meet those needs. The second is an intermediate time classification to where we can invest funds, but we need the access to have those funds when the need comes up. So one of those things would be with our impact assistance funds. We're holding about $2.5–3 million in there, and we have those allocated like $1 million to Edinburgh, $1 million to the transmission line, and then we also have the fire truck, and we have some other things. So all of those will come due at a certain time. Okay, and what we want to ensure here with the intermediate time frame is that we invest those funds to maximize the return, but when we have to pay out those to Edinburgh or to all those different things, we want to make sure we can access those funds and not have them in long-term investments that we would have to cash out and take a loss on the cash out, or those different things. So we have to make sure we manage our cash to keep it well invested until the time comes when it's needed. So number 2 there, availability of those funds when needed. We would have the 3 classifications that we would watch very closely and move them eventually into a short-term available so that when we have the need for those. The third purpose there is investment return competitive with those of comparable funds and financial market indexes. Currently, all of our cash reserves that we have, with the exception of about $4 million, is sitting in bank accounts. Okay, so we don't have a real strategy or a real structure to invest these funds currently with the way the book's set now. And so our interest that we receive on that, say in the general fund, we are budgeting between $400,000 to $500,000 in interest currently. If we take our general fund cash reserves and invest those even at 4%, 5%, we could double our interest that we have within our general fund. And some of the funds, we don't have any of it in the longer term higher yield. And so a lot of those we're not getting any interest. And with the reserves that we have, we should be earning upwards of about $2 million in interest a year. And our budgets are at about $700,000. So through this policy, we'll be able to break those out and get competitive returns. The fourth item up there, of course, is just the compliance with all the different laws, the federal, state, local laws that we have. And I will share with you when we get into the policy, the types of investments that we're able to hold and those that we are not able to hold. So we will show what those state statutes are and how we will comply with those state statutes. So those are the 4 purposes that we have. The governing authority in the state of Wyoming is in the Wyoming statutes, chapter 9-4-820 through 9-4-831. I wanted to put those on here for you to read, but it was about 3 or 4 pages in here. And so we will kind of hit on those things as we go, but I wanted you to know where that is. For the scope of this policy, this will apply to all funds that we have, the general fund, special revenue funds, the capital funds, internal service, and enterprise funds. So if we look at those real quickly individually, the general fund is where all the reserves are of those funds within the general fund. Those are ones that we can break out into longer term because we're not gonna need all those reserves up front. But you look at the special revenue funds, and all of those funds are very short term, need to be very liquid. Our capital project fund is our sixth penny fund that we have. And we know there that has built up, and we are looking at liquidating all of that to put it towards Edinburgh Street when the time comes. Our internal service fund is our health insurance fund, and we have about $4 million in there. We could definitely put that into long-term. Since we're only going to use about 180,000 of that, which was the 9% increase in the health insurance. And then our enterprise funds are those right now that are really short in cash, like the water fund, the sewer fund, to where we just didn't have any reserves. We increased the rates and we're starting to build minimal reserves. But the scope of this policy will reach that to help us to build those reserves. Within all those funds that I will show you here shortly, I have all of the different funds throughout the city with the cash reserves that we have in there and the potential places to invest and to put that in the reasons why we would do that. All of these funds, with the exception of the special revenue fund, we would be wise if we had an emergency fund in there of a certain amount. So within our general fund, I said it would be prudent to put a certain percentage of that away as an emergency reserve, so if our revenues drop all of a sudden throughout the year, we're expecting 11 million in revenues through sales tax and we get 6, because of the economic downturn, we would want an emergency reserve. And so I have that in there, and the second is our funded depreciation for the equipment purchases. And I will show you that here as we go. The last part of the scope down there, about halfway down there where it says each, right in the middle, each fund's participation in this cash pool is denoted by its equity and pooled cash account. So currently, with our banking structure, we have bank accounts for the general fund, for the enterprise funds combined, the 4 combined into one account. We have a recreation account. We have 3 different internal service accounts. Specific purpose has its own account. We have these separate accounts. And what I propose in here to do is to set up a sweep repurchase account agreement at the bank that will limit the number of accounts that we need that hold cash down to about 3. And right now, I think when I counted, we have 24 bank accounts that we currently operate. We just need to limit those down to 1 and use this equity and pool cash, and I will show you how that works here briefly. But that would simplify the accounting, reconciling, all of that, and it will definitely help us on the investment return that we get on those funds. So the next slide here on the left is I have all the bank accounts that we have. So you could count those and know exactly where we're at on our bank accounts and at the different banks and those things. On the right is our version if we were to use pooled cash as to who would own the cash in those. So the bottom number on the column to the left, we have a Bank of Commerce, RMB Bank. When it gets to the bottom there, all those are within those specific bank accounts. And the middle column there shows who owns that within the accounts or by fund. So the general fund has so much, dangerous building as we go across, And all of those right now are combined in the ones on the left. And so what I would like to do is keep the middle one the same, but on the accounts that we have, we'll have a sweep account, a repurchase account, and 3 zero balanced accounts. And we will need to have two or three accounts for fiduciary purposes. For instance, up there we have a victims crime fund, municipal court. All of those are not our funds. So those are funds that, for restitution and for those types of things. Municipal court bonds, which are not ours. And so we will have to have one or two separate accounts, but all the others will be combined into the equity in those accounts. If you go to the next slide, Lynn, this is the structure that I would like to set up. I have 3 accounts at the top, and I misspelled accounts payable, I apologize. So what we would have under this agreement are 3 accounts: accounts payable, payroll, and a deposit account. Every day when we cut accounts payable checks, they will be on that accounts payable account. At the end of the day, people will take those to the bank and have them cashed. Within the accounts payable account, it will keep a daily running total of the checks that were presented to the bank and paid. At the end of the day, automatically at the bank, funds out of the sweep account will automatically sweep to the accounts payable account and bring that to 0. Okay, every day that's what will happen there. So the checks are presented to the bank. At the end of the day, the sweep account sweeps all the money up and it goes back, like I said, to 0. Payroll functions the exact same way. The payroll checks that we have in our payroll account will all clear that account and then work their way to the sweep. Deposit account is where we would put all the funds that we get for sales tax, mineral tax, all the revenue of the city will go into that deposit account, and at the end of the day, whatever is in there is going to sweep down into that sweep account. So at the close of business, everything that we have is basically going to be in that sweep account, combined in there. The other 3 accounts will be 0. And then just before close of business, the sweep account, we would put a balance in there that would, what I call a peg balance, but it would be a balance to cover bank fees. So it would be not invested. We would not receive interest on the amount that by contract with the bank that we have to leave in the sweep account. Okay, that's just kind of our compensating balance to the bank. They can take that, invest that, whatever they get back would be theirs, but it would cover our bank fees for us, so that we wouldn't have a separate transaction for bank fees. And then anything over that balance within that sweep account would be moved out to a repurchase account, which would be outside of the bank, so it wouldn't have to be covered through collateral. And the repurchase account would be invested in money market funds, commercial paper, different things that they have at the bank, which would definitely increase our interest that we receive. Okay, so at the end of the day, everything is in the interest-bearing account with the exception of what we have to have in the sweep account as the compensating balance, and everything sweeps in and out of that. So we would literally be down to here to these 5 accounts, and then we would just have to have the municipal court, the bonds, the victims crime fund, and the police seizure accounts where we seize the funds. And we always keep the bond account seizure funds interest-free, so they do not draw interest, because if they did, it's the individual's money. We'd be earning interest that we'd have to give back to the individual. We usually just hold those. until the case is settled and those funds are returned. So that's the type of banking structure that I would like. And then we would have in that repurchase account, every fund would have their share of what should be in their account in that repurchase account at the end of the day. So that we would have all the accounts on one side that add up to the amount, and the equity would be on the other side by fund, and that would always total. The amounts to the different funds will be a automatic journal entry within our new accounting system. So for those that want to know the accounting behind it a little bit, all of these accounts would be in the Treasurers Fund, which would be the 01 fund, Fund 1. General Fund is Fund 10 right now. So half the entry would hit the bank account and the other half would hit the expenditure within the general fund. The accounting system will do an automatic due to, due from entry to so that the general fund would have a debit and a credit, both, as well as Fund 1. Those offset accounts are those allocation in the cash. So that it has to stay in balance with what the fund has in cash. It cannot get off because it'll always just automatically in the back do that due to, due from entry to balance those out. Are we okay so far? Okay.
I have a couple of questions. The repurchase account on the next page, you have a 41 million.
Yes.
And then you said that would be invested, correct?
Correct. So currently, we only have like the bank accounts.
Right.
So if we open this up without opening like a wild class or Wyoming Governmental Investment Fund, all of the funds would end up in that repurchase account, and that's where the interest is earned. And it's at a higher rate than what we would get in the bank account.
So if it's at a 4.25% or a 4.25% interest rate, that'd be $1.75 million we'd get in interest,
Correct.
correct?
That's correct.
The other question I have is where our accounts are now. It looks like they're in two separate banks,
Correct.
but it doesn't show in your revised account if that's still the case.
So what I would propose, okay, and this will come before council. If you look up there now, in the Bank of Commerce, we're holding 19,307,000. Mines are not as good as they used to be.
Yeah, you're
And then
right.
in R&B Bank, we're like at 23 million or something.
Yeah, 22,
22 million
24, yeah.
in there. What I would propose that we're going to get into is I would only keep the short-term funds in the banks. Those funds we absolutely need liquid for the operating needs. Anything else that you currently see in that repurchase account, I would want to get out into three different funds for now, which are the WildStar, the Wild Class, and the Wyoming Governmental Investment Funds. So a repurchase account right now is probably paying 1.5% because it is very liquid and it sweeps back and forth to the bank. Those other accounts will pay a higher interest rate because you have to actually move those funds back and forth, and they're a little bit more long-term when you put them over into those investment accounts. So they pay a little bit more. And if we have time, I have where I want to put those
Okay,
in those accounts. So I hope that answers your question at that time.
okay.
Okay, but anyway, that's how I want that to go. Currently, we have like the payroll account at one bank and the general operating in one bank, and then we have other funds at the other. We would have to put all of these into one bank for this to work so they could sweep in and out. And so we would want to look at equity between the banks in town. And so we would have to come up with accounts to put over on both sides. R&B Bank said that they would set up that system that I just showed. They said that they are ready to go. Their bank president came into my office and I drew it out for him, and he basically said, "Why haven't you done this already? Like let's do it." Bank of Commerce, we've had some discussions there on the sweep accounts and different things, but we have not really come to a solid agreement that it would be done this way at the bank yet. So we are still kind of talking both sides.
Is
but-
there a practical or a reason I'm not aware of that why we need to use two banks?
The only reason that I believe that we use two banks is the equity of the two banks in town.
Oh, okay, yeah,
That we're able to share resources between the two banks. That,
that makes sense.
to my knowledge, would be the sole reason
Okay.
that we would use that. But I think it is good practice to use both of the banks in town. I think they support our community in so many ways, and our part of it is to invest funds in both, so.
Makes sense.
Okay, real quick, general objectives within the policy. You can see the three there. The first is safety. We want to make sure, first and foremost, that our principal balances are secure. Okay, we do not want to put those at risk. Now, there is two different types of risk that we can subject funds to. One is credit risk, and the other is interest rate risk. So, credit risk is the risk of loss due to the failure of a security issuer backer. So that's just if they lose value. If we invest in a bond and then tomorrow the par value of the bond drops, that's our loss, and we want to protect from that. Interest rate risk is the risk that we invest in something like a CD at a certain interest rate, and within the next month the interest rates double. We're invested in a lower amount. So we want to make sure that we take everything into account to make sure that we're able to keep that. The second component under safety is liquidity, and that is just having the funds available when we need it. If they're locked up long-term, you have to sell the investment, you sell it at a loss, and all those things to get the fund to pay a bill. We want to make sure that we are liquid enough that we can meet our obligation. And the number three is the yield or the return that we get. And so, yes, that is number three. And I know for us, we want to put that number one because we want that interest income. But we want to make sure we preserve the principal. We want to make sure that it's safe. And then the yield is the number three thing there. We had a little bit of a discussion about prudence to make sure that we pass the Uniform Prudent Investor Act. And that is just making sure that we control where we invest and that we don't go too high of risk. When you start putting high risk, it has higher yields, but you really risk losing the principal. We want to make sure that with public funds that we're very prudent in what we do, and that, so we're probably going to make between right now 4 to 5% interest, just being prudent. If we were to go for the higher risk ones, of course, that somewhat violates the prudent policy. There is a discussion within Wyoming statutes, chapter 9, 13, 101 through 109 about ethics and conflict of interest. We want to make sure that whoever is investing for our organization, that they disclose their personal investments if they are with the same company that we're invested with. If not, we don't care wherever they do, but if it's in the same, there's some ethical concerns that come in to that, and we want to avoid at all costs, as a city, of conflict of interest. We don't even want the appearance of a conflict of interest. The delegation of authority for this, I propose within the policy that we put that upon the finance director to be able to move the funds, for liquidity purposes, and to do the reports and make sure that we are invested properly. And so I would propose, and then council can weigh in on that, but I propose that be the finance director that handles that. Now, the next slide is all of the different investments that we can invest in by state statute. I do not have anything in here that shows the Amendment A from a year ago that says that we can invest into equities. Okay? I don't have that in here yet. That would have to be a future decision of council if they wanted to invest in equities and into the higher risk investments that now you're allowed to in state statute. For now, I just want to be very prudent, I guess, to make sure that we get it set up properly. We can explore that at a different time. Now, what I am proposing tonight only includes a couple of these potential investments. If we wanted to buy the first ones there, a United States Treasury bill, a note, or a bond, we would usually go through a broker to purchase those. Okay? Those are secured by the federal government, so they usually have a lower interest rate, but they're very safe. If we wanted to purchase those, or the next ones, the bonds, the notes, or whatever, we would usually go through a broker. Currently, we do not have a relationship with a broker, okay, that we can use to purchase these things. And so everything that I propose tonight will go into one of three different investment pools that are sanctioned by the state of Wyoming, which is the WyoStar, which is out of the Treasurer's Office, the Wyoming Governmental Investment Funds, and the WyoClass are the ones that I would suggest. But if we were to get into an arrangement with a broker, we could buy U.S. Treasury bills, or we could buy bonds, notes, or any other obligations that's guaranteed by the federal government. We could get into repurchase agreements. You can get into the one there with deposits in financial institutions. That's where all of ours is, and it is backed by FDIC insurance as well as collateral. We could get into mortgage-backed securities that are guaranteed by the United States, bankers' acceptances, guaranteed investment contracts, commingling of funds through an established trust department. We could purchase CDs of the bank that's secured by FDIC or collateral. Local investment pools are the ones that are the three that I listed off. But we could get into any investment through SLIB, the State Loan Investment Board, or commercial paper. So all of those are very secure investments, and they're all backed by the federal government or collateral through the bank. With that, our interest is going to always be, like right now, it'd be about 4.2%. And it has been as high as 5% recently, but that's where we kind of fall. Prohibited investments on the next slide, we would not be able to purchase margins or to sell short items. If you sell an investment short, you can usually make a lot of money at that, but it's high risk. Derivative securities, which are futures and stuff like that, we just are prohibited by state law from investing into those. we talked a little bit about collateralization, collateral. In the banks right now, FDI insurance is $250,000 at Bank of Commerce and at R&B Bank. That's all that FDIC will secure. As you can see, we have roughly 20 million in each. The bank has to put collateral for us for the amount over the FDIC up to the amount that we are holding. And then safekeeping, custody, they just have to be instruments of the United States government, so kept by the Federal Reserve. There is a concept here that we would talk about a little bit called diversification. If we were to invest in, with an agent, and if we were to get into like mortgages, you know, Fannie Mae's, Ginnie Mae's, all those different investments, we would want to make sure that we are diversified enough so that if one sector of the market experiences a loss, not all of our eggs are in one basket that we lose that. And so where we're at now, I would split out the funds between the three local investment pools kind of equally. The odds of those declining at a higher rate than one of the other pools is very small with what we have. But I believe if we put those in three separate ones, we'd be diversified. If we want to look into buying mortgage-backed investments through a broker, we'd want to make sure that we don't put over 25% of our investments into one certain type of investment. That could drop and hurt the city. We just want to make sure that we are diversified. And that's one of the things that we will watch for. Reporting, here we would do a monthly, and I've thought about this, and we could change this to quarterly, depending upon the pleasure of council. Right now, I have it written that we would do a monthly report to council on the investments that we're holding and the interest that we're receiving. So that way, council will always have a full picture of the interest received and how we're invested. And from that, any recommendation that we have, we could bring that to council. You will be aware of how we're invested and what we're looking at. If we were to look into mortgages, the Ginnie Mae's, Fannie Mae's, or those, that's where you would really want to know from here what the projected interest is and where we are invested. But so for now, we would put together a monthly report that would just show the interest earnings and where we're invested. So that way, staff will be transparent to council as to where that is, what our strategy, you'll be able to look at that every month and know exactly where we're at and what we're doing for questions. We would always show those three items right in the middle. We would show a listing of the individual securities held, the time and maturity date of all the investments listed, and a par value. If we were to have bonds, we would do the par value, amortized book value, market value of all those funds. So for now, like I said, I'm just proposing that we go into the investment pools for the time being. We can definitely look at more long-term investments, which would increase yield even more if we were to go through a broker and to get into those things. But all right, so the next slide, the cash reserves on the left are what we are holding as a city, okay? And I know we look at those cash reserves and we think that's a huge number. You know, why are we holding that much in funds? If you look at the next two columns, if we were to put a 50% of the budget emergency reserve, put that out into emergency reserves, just being prudent, And if we were to fund the accumulated depreciation on the audit report, which is only the replacement of what has been depreciated out, not that has not been depreciated out, only the amounts depreciated, our cash needs would be right at about $92,000. So when you look at our cash reserves, even though you're seeing 47 million, if we were to spend that and not have that, you would not have emergency reserves and you would not have the funded depreciation, which will eventually catch up with you, the funded depreciation, because your equipment will be depreciated out, end of life, and you won't have anything saved to replace it. You'd have to take that out of operating budgets. So if you were to look at that, we need 11 million in emergency reserves, and the funded depreciation, like I said, which is only the accumulated amounts right now, are about $68 million in those funds. So we really are underfunded quite severely in all of our cash reserves, even though that seems like a very large balance. The way that I would look at these things is that the cash reserves right now are only producing about 700,000 in interest. We need to get that up to the number that you said, Councilman Lumen, at 1.7, 1.8 million, which would be a significant increase in the interest.
Vice Mayor Gardner.
If we were to take care of the high pressure line and the main transmission line to Rollins with the 47 million, how much, that's roughly 13 to 15 million, right? Or is that
Pretty
about?
close to that.
And those are our two primary issues out on that system.
Well, the high pressure line is in very bad shape.
Mhm.
But we have needs, like I said, through the master water plan,
Right.
that go out to capturing the water. So it's like you just have to single that out.
But those two are the biggest offenders. That's where we're losing the most water, and that's where we need the most. That's where if anything happens on that line, we're in deep trouble.
Correct, yes.
So if we used this money, or some of this money, to take care of just those two, how much is that? Roughly, how much would we be making a year if we did that
Well,
and used up the water?
so
Funds on
right
that.
now, the cash reserves in the water at 4.5 million. That's what they're holding.
Mhm.
And 1.2 million of that is in a reserve with the state for funded depreciation through a construction agreement.
Okay.
So right now, the water fund, you would be able to put about $1 million is all towards that through the water fund. And if you were to pull other funds over to help with that, you would be tied to the general fund. Because the health insurance reserve, the specific purpose impact reserve have to be very liquid funds. So you'd be looking at the general fund to put that over.
To loan to it.
And like I said, I will show you the general fund right now. We would only be able to fund about 60% of the funded depreciation of that. If you were to use those funds, you would loan those over to the water fund and then have the water fund over time pay that back. What the main risk of that would be when the equipment and the different things within the general fund, when they age out, get to end of life, you would not have those funds because they would be tied up in a long-term loan to the water fund.
Is that worse than the risk of running our pipeline longer or hoping for, grants to get it fixed?
I believe what we do, this is just my own opinion, but I think if we were to pursue SRF funds, drinking water funds, USDA funds, there is a grant or a debt forgiveness component of those that we would only get if we take that loan out with them and then show that we can make those payments back. And as we do, that they would forgive some of that principal. And then we also have grants that we have like through the WWDC and ARPA right now. So I think we would definitely want to put together a long-term plan before we would really want to consider using that. And we'd want to make sure that the general fund can subsist through that time, equipment-wise and things, because if not, then you're borrowing money through the general fund to make that up. But yes, that is an option that we could do. Maybe in the end, it makes more sense to have a 1% loan from the general fund over there than it is to have a 6% interest rate loan through USDA or something.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, is it 7:05? What I want to show real quick off of this slide, right? The next slide. Right here is where it gets a little complicated. So I would break out for all the funds that we have, a short-term component, an intermediate term component, and a long-term component to each fund. So in other words, we're able to take funds from each of the funds and put them into those classifications. And long-term, you would be able to invest those for over a year in some type of a security, because you would not need those liquid within the year. Intermediate would be sometime within the year, and short-term would be like immediate. Under the long-term there, I have two different classifications. The first is what I just called emergency. And what that is saying that we have budgets in all of these different funds, and that we would want to hold a certain amount of resources to protect the fund against future economic hardship, lack of the revenues, or if something were to happen, we would have the resources to get us through the end of the year. And where I've set that for this purpose, for recommendation, is at 50% of the budget. I know we currently have an amount, and it is a lot less than 50%. It's like 20%. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's a smaller amount in emergency. I would recommend 50%. I think that's fairly close to the industry standard for municipalities. The second one over there is the funded depreciation equipment. And as we go through the next slides, we can only fund a small percentage of that. We do not have enough cash to fund all of our funded depreciation. So I came up with a percent in there that would essentially maximize the amount under funded depreciation and minimize the amount in short-term investments that are very liquid, because we're only going to earn whatever the repurchase account will pay at the bank, which is going to be half, if not three quarters less than what we'd make in the other funds. And so with that, I would keep from our balances, and I did this yesterday, so it would be essentially as of the end of June. I would have about 3.22 million within the two banks in town, within accounts. I would put the intermediate into the WIDGA funds, which is special purpose, which is the Edinburgh funds we have aside until those are needed. Impact assistance till those are needed. The landfill, the 400,000 is the loader that we want to purchase at the landfill. I would put that in an intermediate status. And then general fund, what that is are all of the different add-ons that we add to the budget, such as the deferred maintenance. The deferred maintenance round two that we had, the technology purchases, the rollover of the VFW, all of those funds I would stick in a intermediate so we could pull those out when they come due. And then in WildStar, I would put the long-term emergency funds, which are the 50% of the budgets. And within Wild Class, I would put the funded depreciation of all the different accounts. And then we are able, within Wild Class, WildStar, Widget, we are able to set up different classifications for general water and all those to help track the interest. But that's what I would recommend at this point that we would do. The bottom part of this slide is the interest that we would earn on those principal amounts that are up above. I just multiplied it by the interest rates in Widget and the WildStar. And you can see that I come up with a total of 1.9 million in interest. Our current budget is 776 is our current budget. So that would be an increase of interest of about 1.2 million. And you can see the different funds over there and who would get that interest off of there. So the general fund would be able to increase the interest right at $1 million from 500. We would just double that within the general fund, and as you go down, you can see all the different that we would have. We may not hold specific purpose for the full year to get what that is. We may need those funds to pay for Edinburgh whenever they come due, but this gives you essentially a snapshot kind of what is possible with what we have. The remaining slides in here, I go through each fund to show what I would put into the different categories. So general fund, we currently have $25,123,000 in cash reserves. Off of the June 24 audit report, you can see that our accumulated depreciation was $21,759,000. We had $40,523,000 in assets. Of the accumulated depreciation, to play it safe, we could put 65% of it into a funded depreciation and put that in the long term. The emergency reserve, which is half of the budget, you can see the budget's $13,103,000. Half of that would be $6,551,000. We could put that into long term. The 5 items below that, technology updates, VFW, deferred maintenance, dangerous buildings, we would put into an intermediate. Invest it as long as we can until we have to pull it out to meet those obligations. And then what is left in that fund, we would put into short term, which is the excess, which is about 1.8 million. We could get more aggressive with that and put more into some type of a holding account for emergency above the emergency funds or whatever, but that would be short term. And then you can see down below how it adds up to the reserves, and all of those pull to that first slide that I showed you just previous to this. So we could go through all the funds that I have there. You could look at that at your own pace. I have part of this presentation, all of the enterprise funds and how I would break them all out. As a recommendation, water fund, for instance, the accumulated depreciation is $39,500,000, and we know that our master water plan has the Springs transmission line at $52 million, but this is just off the audit report. I think we would be lucky to put $1.5 million right now away into funded depreciation towards those needs. The annual budget is right there, $2.3 million. That leaves $698,000 basically as operating cash that we keep in the bank at a lower interest and get as much maximized into those upper ones. So So with the time, I'll let you go through the others at your own pace. Feel free to come to my office at any time, ask questions. But you can see the sewer fund, they're all in there as to how I would do it. And so this would be like the first step in how I would implement that cash management and investment policy. There's multiple steps. This would be the first step to get the sweep account, our bank account structured correctly with the zero balanced accounts, the sweep, the repurchase. And then this would also help us to start funded depreciation and all those other needs that we have. It would get us into 3 different investment pools at about 4.2% in all of those. And it would set the stage for future improvements to this, getting some of this into even higher interest into the mortgage things to help us there, you know. So and then if we can adopt the Amendment A from a couple years ago and put some into equities and all those things, we could definitely build upon this in the future. But I feel this is a huge step forward for us. If council would like to move in this direction, I think the interest would be huge. It will come at a cost to our local banks, because right now that's where these funds are and different things, and they would be moved out of those banks and off of their balance sheets. And collateral will become an issue with them because they have to purchase securities to collateralize our funds. They're going to be stuck holding that collateral right now if we pull those funds out. And if there is low interest rates on that, that will affect the bank. So there are different things to consider with this. But I feel if we were to entertain this, move in this direction, I just think it would be a huge step forward for us. Financially, gaining a financial plan to move forward. It's just the first steps, but I think they're big steps into where we need to go. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and please at any time, please come to my office and ask questions. I'm actually asking you to come in, so don't think that you're hurting my time by coming in. I'm asking you to come in. So.
Miss Councilwoman Lewin?
So I guess this is more of a question for the mayor and members of the council is this something, because it's an investment policy, that we need to officially vote on?
Yes, it will be, yes. Councilmember Sanger?
So you gave us the PowerPoint, but the actual policy is the cash management investment policy that's above that?
Correct. That's the actual policy. This is the implementation, step 1, basically, of implementation of that.
So I didn't spend a lot of time reading the PowerPoint, but the cash management investment policy itself is incredibly well written.
Thank you. I used a sample for some of it, you'll be able to see, but we have a lot of this that is ours that we need to own instead of a sample policy. So there is a lot of stuff I added in there.
It's dry, but it is crystal clear what you're trying to do.
Okay, well, I think you know that's what I'm gonna do. I'm sorry about the 28 pages.
Most of that, I mean, the bottom half of that is just definitions about each one of the things, but the actual policy piece is just really well done.
Okay, well, thank you. And there is a glossary of terms, and I went through and found every term that was kind of a financial term, and I wrote them down, and I went out into the internet, and I found these. Edward Jones has definitions, and GFOA has some, and so I just took a whole lot, and it's all in there for what every term you can think of. And yes, I usually like to have these discussions a meeting before I ask council to vote on it, because I really hate to put it out and then ask you in about 45 minutes to vote on this. So this will appear on the next
Next agenda.
council meeting
Okay.
agenda.
Any further questions? We have a lot to digest, Tom, but
It's a
thank you
lot.
for all the work on this.
Yeah, no problem. I think this is a very good
Mhm.
step. It is good to be in between the budget and the audit, because I am able to work on some of these things. When I get knee-high in the audit or waist-deep in the audit, I won't be able to do as many of these things, but this is one that we've been looking at now for a year and a half.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, we have an 11-minute window for our council meeting to start, so we'll adjourn the workshop and see you at 7:30.
Ding, 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 ding.
Where's it going? Onto the ground.
Right.
But as soon as it touches the ground, it's not yours anymore.
Right.
If it's in a pipe, it's still yours. No matter how much is squirting out of the pipe, it's still your water. We just have to find a place to put it. And I have 8 miles outside.
I think
I'll show you
like
this. I
the same
think
as
it's,
we did all,
it's stupid.
same percentage.
Well, I have,
I could be wrong.
we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Because
That was a
it's
big
long-
budget.
It's a long.
I think we touched on it when we were up at the.
Right. So when,
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
if we are able. Take one, that's a long. If we're able to store the water, and that project has many people involved. Audubon, riparian league, wine fishing game, Bureau of Reclamation, BLM, Jeff Sinclair, because we, gives you $3 million a year to put in your water fund. And then bolster your water fund up to where you can start all processes based on water from the actual water fund. If you transfer it.
All right, it is 7:30, so I will call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lynn, when you're ready, will you do roll call?
Madam Mayor Jacqueline Wells,
Here?
Vice Mayor Darrell Gardner,
Here?
Councilmember Derek Elliott,
Here.
Councilmember Tanya Lumen,
Here.
Councilmember Terry Patterson,
Here.
Councilmember Steve Sanger,
Here.
Councilmember Bruce Steele.
Here.
Okay, moving down to the approval of the agenda. Have a motion? Councilwoman Lumen.
I move to approve the July 1st, 2025 City Council agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to approve the July 1st City Council agenda as presented. Any discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving down to the approval of the consent agenda. Councilmember Singer?
I move to approve the consent agenda of July 1st, 2025 as presented.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to approve the consent agenda of July 1st, 2025 as presented. Any discussion? Councilwoman Lumen?
What is simulation safety equipment? Can I,
The donation from HF Sinclair.
yeah,
Oh,
just some
I'll have Lieutenant Hooper speak to that.
explanation of what that is.
Honorable Mayor, Council, the simunition safety equipment is, we have simunition gear that we use in training, and the safety equipment that we have is all broke up and used because it's probably 25 years old. So we've had the opportunity to get a donation to allow us to provide that, and now we will have enough that when we do like our number one, any scenarios that we do within the police department, plus like our up at the school and things of that nature for active shooters, we use these simunition, and the simunition gear is a helmet, throat protector, to protect the participants in that event from the simunition. The simunition is a think of it as a paintball gun, but it's
okay.
it uses it's a wax-based bullet that shoots out that we use for live training scenarios.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Hooper. Any other discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 nay. The 1 nay was Vice Mayor Garner.
Oh, I didn't. Can I change that? I did not mean to click nay.
We just.
To yay.
Yay, okay.
Yes.
So online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Okay, moving down to citizens' participation. This is a time set for public comment, resolution number 2C, 1996. It sets a time for public comment of 5 minutes under the agenda of the citizens' participation with the provision that the 5-minute time limit may be increased at the request of a member of the public or any council members at the subject to vote of the council. Do I have anybody that would like to speak on something that is not on the agenda? Yeah, please come up and.
I can't see the agenda. I'm Volunteers of America. Is it? It's on-
You're next.
Great. Okay. Moving on to reports and information, and item A is Stepping Stone's fourth quarter report. So come on back up.
Oh, good evening. My name's John Tengestal, if I haven't met you. I am the Vice President of Housing and Outreach for Volunteers of America. When I started with Volunteers of America, I was the Senior Director of Youth and Outreach, so I helped get Stepping Stones up and running. The quarterly reports that you get are from me, so this is the fourth quarter report, and I thought I'd give you a yearly summary, and I just wanted to do it in front of you all, and excuse me. I say it in the report, but I want you to hear it from me. We are so thankful for the city council, this county, and the support that you give Stepping Stones. It is so appreciated. And it's been great working with this community. I've loved working with this community for the last, well, what are we going on, 4 years. So I just want to start with that. This quarter, April, May, and June, we had 12 intakes. All of them were from Rollins, except for one was from out of state. For the year to date, we had 43 intakes. That's a little lower than previous years, which I don't really have a reason for, other than referrals were a little lower. We've been really, our staffing has been good. We've had a good retention, so we're not rejecting anybody that needs our services. It's just, that's the way it is this year. Residential year days of service, though, total for the year was 1564, which was almost as much as the year that we had the most kids, which means that kids are staying longer, but they're staying in the community. They're staying and going to school, participating in activities and all that stuff. So, numbers a little lower, but they're staying longer. Discharges, we had 10 discharges this quarter, 2 unsuccessful. Unsuccessful discharges, we work really hard to work with the kid, work with the family, and sometimes it just does not work, and we have to say, we try to help them find other resources or what, either that's residential care or maybe, they might need detention or whatever it might be. So that's why those numbers are the way they are. Total for the year, we had 26 successful and 3 unsuccessful. So really our percentages are pretty good as far as having successful discharges from the program. This area I'm really proud of. We've really pushed this from the start, was community service. We felt like it was really important for kids to give back, learn to give back. Now that's a challenge for staff. Maddie Irvine is the director, and she does a fantastic job, and the staff there do a great job of getting the kids out in the community and trying to help. And this quarter, they did 71 and a half hours of community service, trash pickup, prepping the VFW fields. They assisted with umping. It's mainly what they did this. We tried to do a little bit more during the summertime. And for the year, they did 201 hours of community service. So that's pretty amazing to get these kids out there and working and doing stuff. I believe in the last quarterly report, we received a grant to put a floor in, at Stepping Stones. If you haven't been in there a while, the carpet's getting pretty worn. So we got that grant, and that should be started in July here. So, and then lastly, last July, I started a pilot project called In-Home Family Services with funding from the state. We were able to serve 19 families this year. And of those 19 families, we had 212 family meetings. 14 of the 19 had no DFS involvement and didn't get involved with DFS. And that was the goal, was try to prevent that from going further into the system. Unfortunately, that prevention grant that the state had, they do not have the funding, but they gave me another avenue to see if they might have some funding. So hopefully in a couple weeks we'll find out if we can have another year with that, because it really, I think, was a great service to the community. But I like to highlight that because we, as Volunteers of America, are always looking for opportunities to serve the communities that we're in and try to bring the best services possible to that community. So that's my report.
I just want to say, I've been on the Carbon County Juvenile Services Board for 11 years now, and we are very happy with how VOA has been managing the Stepping Stones.
Thank you.
It's been a huge asset, so thank
Yeah.
you for being involved in our community, and Maddie's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
No, just comment. Thank you, John.
Yeah. And I just want to say that, I mean, if there are ever any issues or anything, please, I mean, bring them to Maddie first. But if you don't feel like things are getting dealt with at that level, I mean, we will do everything we can to make it right. So,
Councilwoman Lumen?
yeah.
Is there any suggestions that you could bring up for citizens who want to get involved and how they could help you do better?
Yeah, that's a great question. We, for a while, had a church that was bringing snacks, and they were bringing fruit and stuff. So anytime, any sort of that sort of stuff is really helpful. I mean, it really helps with the budget, of course, all that stuff, and the kids like to eat, so.
Yeah, especially teenagers.
We do have a whole ministry department within Volunteers of America, so if people are interested in, becoming ministry volunteers, we can get them connected with that side of things. And from time to time, of course, I mean, donations, financial donations, like I said, food, from time to time things come up. This last year, we got a really nice donation from this county. A group came together and purchased new beds and armors for the kids. So, and maybe we need to set a date for all of you to come visit, and maybe when the floor's done, we can have you all out and you can see it if you haven't been there for a while. So,
Well, thank you.
yeah, thank you.
All right, moving down to DDA and Main Street and Hub reports. And I'll invite Pam up.
Honorable Mayor and Council. So I know you guys want to know how you can get one of these really cool t-shirts. T-shirts has a QR code on the sleeve,
It works
but the
good.
key on the front says volunteer. So if any of you guys, we do have some volunteer opportunities next Friday night, July 11th. Anybody who's volunteering for summer shenanigans gets a shirt. And if you would like to just come down and participate from 4 to 8 and shop and stroll, you could win $100 of downtown dollars. So you could get a t-shirt and win $100 in downtown dollars. So I want to talk about some fun economic and community development stuff going on. You guys have a little packet, some new stickers that came out. People have been asking us for a QR code, so let alone did we do it on the t-shirt, you guys, it's just a sticker that's a QR code, takes us right to our website. And then in the brochures, we're starting to do everything in English and Spanish, so you'll see that on both sides, both. And then we still have some room for some young entrepreneurs, and so if they'd like to set up a table for no charge, they can still come and set up a booth from 4 to 8 next Friday night. So this is summer shenanigans for next Friday night. That's fun economic and community development. The next thing I wanted to update you guys on is I got word today that our feasibility study on the Ferguson will be here on Thursday. So that's exciting because then we can look it over, get with you guys, come up with a development plan. Of course, per statute, as a DDA, we have to bring it in front of council and let you guys know. I mean, there's a lot of work, but we're excited that it was supposed to be done by the end of April, and so we're getting it at the end of June. Also, I don't know how many people have been paying attention, but the transom frames are in the windows. Super excited on that. We are going to sell the transoms, individual squares, for $10 a piece. So if anybody would like to purchase a historic transom from the Ferguson, we have them down at the building. And even better fun news is we are going to have the Great Divide Outdoor Store coming to downtown Rollins. So the company from Georgia is coming. They officially made the announcement on their site that they, again, are not closing their Georgia store, but somebody's going to run it for them. And they are driving as we speak to Rollins, Wyoming. And they are wanting to be open. They want to have their grand opening August 2nd, Fair Parade Day.
Which building?
So they will be in 1880 Coco's on the corner of 3rd and Cedar. The old restaurant, Blake
Oh.
House.
Green building.
Blake House.
Oh, okay.
Blake House, Coco's.
Pantry
18
even
yeah.
before that.
So, yeah, so it's official, and it's official to be talked about, and so it will be an outdoor store. They'll rent like paddle boards and kayaks, and they'll have snowshoes to rent in the winter. They'll do, they'll take you out on the Continental Divide in the morning, and you can hike it for the day and pick you up. I mean, they do all these different really cool things on the Appalachian Trail, so they're just taking their business plan and bringing it to Rollins, Wyoming, and going to do it on the Continental Divide. So official, I can officially announce it. And then his wife, Christy, will also, we're looking at 2 locations, but they've decided to start. So she has, she's going to have Crazy Heifer Boutique, which is a women's clothing store. And she'll put that in a part of the store of the Great Divide Outdoors. So we're actually getting 2 new businesses in one spot.
Awesome.
So lots going on.
Yay. It's exciting.
Yep. So again, if you need a t-shirt, you only have to put in 2 hours. So, any questions? I stand for questions, sorry.
Councilmember Elliott.
Who's in the old graphic sports store now?
So that is a new business. It is,
Dynamic Designs.
Thank you, Dynamic Designs. And they are a clothing store and doing tattoos. Yeah.
Thank you.
3 local people are involved and got that put together. And then also we've had an expansion like Christina Bustos, which is a hair salon across from Splash Pad. She has started carrying some really cute little tops and some clothing, tank tops. So we're going to do a post tomorrow to expand her. So she's just not a salon and selling hair products, but she has some fun little clothes. So that's expanded. So we're going to post that tomorrow. And yeah, it's really cool to go in and see LA Looks and More, which is the clothing / florist. It's in Kristen Hyatt's old location, Edward Jones. And now we have in graphic, we have the new design store. And they had some really fun t-shirts. And I went in there today to talk to them. And they're going to do the sip and the stroll. And it was busy in there. Yeah, lots of stuff.
Councilwoman Lerman?
Also, if nobody's going anywhere for the 4th of July, they have the rides that are setting up in front of the glass shop, in front of Safe.
Yeah, yes.
Carnival,
The
yes.
2nd through the 5th.
2nd through the 5th, yes, the carnival's happening. Yep.
Those staying here, they can have a lot of fun
Yeah.
there too.
And then if you haven't been, I know this, I mean, it's still community and economic development. If you haven't been down in the Hometown Grocers, the new little grocery co-op
Yes,
store, which is
Rawtown
also,
Grocers.
thank you, Rawtown Grocers. It has some really neat local stuff, too.
Yes.
Yeah,
Great. Thank you, Pam.
thanks. Have a happy 4th of July, everybody. We'll see you next weekend. Well, you won't see me. I'll be in Montana giving my daughter away, but we'll still have an event. We'll see Steve.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, moving down to city manager report and staff reports.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and the members of the council. I've got several things to report tonight, so I hope I don't forget in here on several different items. First off, we have been hosting our Music in the Park, and they've been very successful this season. We've had 2 great bands so far.
And good weather.
Great weather, and, no, they've been very good. We will be taking off July 3rd. It's just too close to the 4th of July holiday. But it will start up again on July 10th. Washington Park, and we will have Sandy Wells will be here, and she's out of Colorado. Says that she's got early pop country and southern rock, so that will be then, and as usual, the vendors are there at 5:30 and the performances are at 7. National Night Out is coming up. It will be Tuesday, August 5th. That is the night of our first council meeting in August. And so what we do on that is there will not be a work session that night. We all go to the National Night Out and have a hamburger, hot dogs cooked by the police, and then we come up for the meetings. So that is August 5th, starting at 5, and it runs till 8, and it is at Bolton Park. Last Tuesday, we had our quarterly meeting with Sinclair about the water, and I feel that was a very successful meeting. We invited their town council to go with us to our field trip to the Springs, and I think everyone in there would like to do it. And so we will work through the council on those dates. We want to do it mid-July, so within the next couple weeks. We want to pick out days that we know council will be able to attend and different things, so we're trying to work those days out. With the numbers going out, it may be 2 different trips that we'll have to take, so we'll kind of give you an option onto that. Reminder that the city offices, facilities will be closed Friday in observance of the 4th of July. The Rochelle Ranch Golf Course, fire and police will be open during those times. Our community cleanup event will be held on Wednesday, July 15th from 4 to 8. We meet at Rotary Park Pavilion on North Higley and Cedar. We will provide the gloves, the trash bags, different things. And I got word today that the fire department will be there to cook hamburgers. So come down and enjoy the evening with us, you know. We had the swearing in of 2 new police officers on June 23rd last week. Bobby Bannon and Chase Holcomb were both sworn into the police department, which is very exciting that they're both local, which is even more exciting to me to think that we're able to attract recruit our youth and to be able to use those in city functions. Officer Lloyd Williams, who was sworn in about a couple months ago, will be graduating from the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy on July 31st. So we are slowly building our numbers at the police. We, again, on behalf of Chief Ward and from me, we sincerely thank council for the support that council has given, you know, and the salaries and all the different things that council does to help us recruit those individuals. I received an email today that I'd like to read a couple excerpts from, and this email was sent to me from Lieutenant Rick Hooper, who is with us tonight in the back, and we had a couple fires this last weekend, and I just want to read some things that he had sent me. He said, "I would like to take a moment to commend Fire Chief Alan Robinson for his outstanding dedication during the severe weather event on June 28, 2025. His actions are a testament to the caliber of service our citizens receive from the Rawlins Emergency Services personnel, and they underscore the vital importance of maintaining strong, responsive emergency services within our municipal government. During the storm, 2 wildland fires were ignited by lightning strikes, while Carbon County Fire Department was unable to respond with apparatuses to either event. The City of Rawlins Fire Department mobilized 4 apparatuses to direct support of those wildland fires outside our city limits. This mutual aid is a reflection of our city's commitment, not only to the residents of Rawlins, but to the greater Carbon County area when needed. In the midst of this already challenging night, a separate emergency occurred within the city limits. A fully engulfed fire truck, semi-truck fire at a local truck facility. And he further goes on to say that when he showed up to the fire, he asked where Chief Robinson was at the fire, and 3 people pointed at the line with the hose where he was working, because we only had 3 people to respond to that. And so with this, if you would recognize Chief Robinson, the fire department in their efforts in these things, I feel that this is very heroic in what they do. And for Chief Robinson to put the helmet and suit on and the air pack and to get out on the line, I just think we really need to commend him for his efforts and his loyalty. And thank you, Lieutenant Hooper, for the email of the recognition. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're just so fortunate in our city. We just have heroes working. That's just who they are. A little bit about our water flows. I want to update council a little bit. Our Public Works Director, Cody Dill, updated last month. I just want to give a brief update on those flows, and he's here if there are further questions on this. Currently, the springs are producing about 2.9 million gallons that we're getting in through the springs, through the treatment plant that is being used in Rawlins. We are using about 3.2 million. So that is a deficit of about 300,000 gallons right now that we have. Our tanks out at Tank Farm hold about 7 million gallons each. And right now they're at about 32-33% of their capacity because of this deficit that we have. And so our water usage right now is higher than what we are bringing in or able to produce. Our parts crews throughout the community, we estimated that they have been using about 1 million gallons a day through the cemetery, the parks, and those different things. We are going to cut that back to about half of that, which would add, you know, half a million gallons to the 300,000 deficit, which would put us essentially at a break even. We are going to start up within the next couple of weeks the pre-treatment plant to produce. The maximum there is about 1 million a day. We do expect, as we get warmer temperatures and grass, you know, for the residents, we expect water usage to increase. So right now, we are trying to get that perfect balance between what's coming in and what we're using. We would like to get our tanks up to 50%, if not 75%. And so we are monitoring this very closely. And if the springs drop or if the usage go up, the possibility of irrigation restrictions increase throughout the city. So we're not announcing irrigation restrictions at this time, but we are very aware and watching all those components come in. We are hoping that we can find that happy medium to where we use what comes in and we're able to maintain our storage. But right now, our storage is dropping at the tanks, and we have to make sure that we have enough for fire suppression and for all those different things. And so with all of that, we will keep council and the community updated basically as to where our flows are and what we're looking at down the road. But we probably have 60 to 70 days of warmer temperatures, which could, like I said, kick us over into that restrictions. Update on the cemetery. So I know last council meeting, we said that we would have the cemetery in much better shape than what it was. And we have been able to get crews in, and since then it has all been mowed one time well. And we have one person in there now 4 hours a day, every day working. But as you know, by the time you get to one end and it's mowed, the other end needs to be mowed. But it has been mowed once, and a significant amount of the trimming has been done, but not all. So as you go through some parts, you'll see there still needs to be some trimming there that is, you know, that they are working on. And so the cemetery is in much better shape. I won't say it's in great shape or probably good shape, but it is in much better shape than what it was. Our intent is for the work session at the next meeting, the July 15th meeting, we would like to share with council our plan on the cemetery. So we will get into rodent control that night. We will get into replanting the grass seed that's in there. We have several stumps in there from trees that have been cut down. We have a plan on those. We have leaning headstones in there that we are aware of. We also would like to plant some trees in the cemetery. We would like to cover the soils better, you know, that we have over by the Public Works building. So we're going to have a lot of things that we will bring to council at the work session at the next meeting on that. So hopefully that satisfies what council asked the last time. If not, please let me know, but that's the best effort that we can do at this point. Our parks crews, we have 4 full-time there, and one of those will be out for paternity leave, not maternity You'd be upset with me, wouldn't
You might be surprised.
you? Leave, his wife is due, one of their wives is due. So we will be down to about 3 on that crew, plus 1 part-time. And so we are really struggling to maintain the different parks right now, as you can tell. A note on the fireworks, we will have fireworks on the 4th of July. It'll be at the same location that they have been up by the rec center in the field by the model airplane complex. I asked Chief Robinson a little bit if he could give me kind of an update on that and kind of what to expect and a few things to pass on to residents. Just so that everybody knows throughout the community, the Carbon County Resolution 1981-8 prohibits fireworks within Carbon County, so they are prohibited. One of the concerns that we have is the weather, because things have been drying up, and those that will still light fireworks off. We just would like to say that the forecast is for warm temperatures and daily chances of afternoon showers, thunderstorms, strong winds, and it will greatly increase the likelihood of fire spreading. So we really ask people listening at home and for council, everybody to pass on that we need to leave the fireworks to the professionals that we have, and they will have a great show. They do very good, and then he said, be safe and enjoy Independence Day celebrations. So just a little bit on the fireworks there. Quick update on Title 19. The Board of Adjustments held a meeting on Thursday, June 19th, 2025 to discuss the fencing section and definitions in Title 19 and use regulations and definitions. So the Board of Adjustments looked at that they discussed that, they went through all of the sections of that through Title 19. The next step will be to take this to planning and zoning, and then the last step is to bring that to council. So please know that we are working on Title 19. The Board of Adjustments has seen the adjustments, and we are headed to planning and zoning with that. I think with that, that's everything.
Great. Moving down to city attorney report.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have a question. So 2.9, 1 million something from the pretreatment plant. What's our well rate? Right, currently?
So the Honorable Mayor
Go ahead.
and Council, the well rate is included in that 2.9.
Okay, so that's part of the spring box?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's all included in a spreadsheet that we put in on a daily usages.
Okay.
We have one down here that's springs and wells, and that's for the
Okay.
dailies.
All right.
Yeah.
I have a couple.
He has a couple. Go ahead.
Ask him. Don't go anywhere. So I went, I did a bad thing. I don't know if it's a bad thing, but, so I went down to look at the cemetery. Ironically, the part that's not mowed between the headstones is the part from the street that you can see. You can't see down the hill, so you can't tell where they've mowed down the hill. So I went and mowed around all the headstones in what I call the military area. So
Yes.
7th Street
Yep.
up against the fence,
Right up against
through
the
the
rock.
headstones, to the rock, down around that corner. I don't know if any of you have ever done this. Nothing is more expensive than headstones in mowing. It takes more time to mow around a headstone than it does to trim your yard. And there's thousands of them down there. So that little section took about 2.5 hours just to mow around the headstones. so that they're cleaned up. So if you want to take your big mowers through, they're ready to go.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Now, how do we help you with this?
So
Can we go do that? Does that bother you?
absolutely not. There's a lot of us that go out there and help when we can. I myself get out there as much as I can in between meetings and stuff and go work on anything I can out in the cemetery. A lot of it in the beginning was the badger holes. That was my daily duty, was spending at least an hour out there filling in badger holes.
Okay.
So
It does, I don't want Nate to be, is it
No,
a different crew for the cemetery?
no, I would think he would be much appreciative of it. And going into the more, I've been talking with him more, trying to dedicate, like Tom says, we're at least 4 or more hours a day with a person in the cemetery working. And we believe that some of our crew can move pretty fast through there. And we're hoping that that can kind of stay on top of it more. But we're trying to figure out a good balance of parks and cemetery and put a little bit more focus into the cemetery.
So that we all know, we're talking about 1 million square feet
Yep.
of space, 25 acres of grass with thousands and thousands of headstones in them. It takes more time to do a cemetery. I watched enough YouTube today to kill me about cemeteries and what the cost is. If you hire it out, it's $20,000 a month just to do a cemetery of our size. And we have 4 people. Unless they're living high on the hog, they're not making 20,000.
Not, and then we're talking sports complexes, parks.
Green space,
Green spaces.
side roads.
And that's
paved
another one of our
parks.
big focuses is beautification of our city entrances. We got to put a lot of focus on that too. So we can't neglect these areas either. And,
Right.
and also
That's
trying
why I
to pay
said, how do
attention
we
to
help you?
the cemetery.
Because I know this is just a manpower problem.
Yes, it absolutely is.
So how,
Any volunteer work is greatly appreciated.
okay,
For
because I know
many and
trimming
all
takes
residents.
forever.
Yeah.
He's
Mowing
got a few
takes
in there,
nothing.
so it's-
We do
And I
have
like
other
my
residents
lawnmower,
that
she
come
knows
out
that.
and they are actually work on certain areas themselves, and I get to talk to them every now and again, and they know the hill, they're out there, they work on their family areas, and they say, this takes me a long time, we can't imagine how the rest of it is going, and they appreciate all the work that we do put into it. This week, we're gonna have crews out there all week long, so that 4th of July weekend, it'll look really good out there, as good as we can make it.
What are we, I don't know how we work around the flowers and stuff that they put, because they're not part of the headstones, they're kind of in the space that you have to cut in.
So I think as of, I want to say it's June either 2nd or 20th, we can actually remove all that stuff and go in and start trimming around and cleaning that stuff up. That's only for a period of time that people get to come in from Memorial Day to June, I believe it's 20th is the length. And then we start removing certain stuff like that. Unless it is specific, it's very hard to judge, but there's specific vases and family stuff that's down in there, and we have to go through very sensitively and put stuff on the actual headstones and get it up. The plastic flowers, the stuff that's just in there for, you can tell it's a short period of time, it's faded. That stuff we kind of pick up and get thrown away for them. But that's a very sensitive process too, because there is things in there that are specific and very special to the families that we do not want to throw away.
Is there a way for us to know what those are so we don't throw them away?
I always recommend.
Well, we don't throw them away anyway,
Yeah.
just move them out of the way, mow and put them back.
I recommend that if it comes to plastic or the fabric or plastic flowers, that if they're faded of any kind or knocked over or they haven't been maintained, we throw those away. Any solid structured faces that look like they put their people really have specific rocks that they have around them.
I've seen
We
those.
put those up. Anything that's hard, solid like that, we try to put back on the headstone. But anything else, we try to get rid of and clean up that headstone. That way we can actually weed whack around them and clean that up real nice.
And then just one last thing. And it's actually not from me, it's from the vice mayor. The fireworks with that new tower, how is that gonna work?
I believe Chief Robinson was gonna try to reach out to them today and just let them know what was gonna be going on.
We don't wanna blow them up. I mean,
Honorable Mayor and Council, I have not had a chance to talk to those guys yet.
It's,
For the most part, there's really not much of a structure there
It's
yet.
just
Those kind of
concrete.
things, we shouldn't have any issues.
Yeah.
I mean, once the tower's up, it shouldn't really affect anything, those kind of things.
So it shouldn't be a problem when the
Shouldn't be
tower's
a
up?
problem. I'll go visit with them. I didn't make it over there today. I was gonna head that way and something shiny or squirrel, I don't know. Got busy, so I haven't had a chance to talk to them face to face yet, but I will make contact so we can, so they're aware of what's going on, but I don't see any issues. It's far enough out that we should have our distances and everything without, you know, with their equipment that they may leave there over the weekend, those kind of things, so.
Okay.
Attorney Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Honorable Council. In regard to the fireworks, when we were just negotiating the contract on this, this is one of the specific items we did want to make sure that Union was aware. This is where we have the fireworks display, made sure that they could address any concerns that they had, if there was going to be any issues. Everything was said, go ahead. So it is on everybody's radar, and it was included in the negotiation. So wanted to make sure it was addressed.
Councilmember Patterson had a question.
Cody, real quick questions. Are we running the pumps down at the river?
Yes, sir, we are running one right now.
So that's just going straight to the golf course?
No, it's not. That's actually supplying Peking Reservoir as we speak. We're doing test runs today. It is actually filling our reservoirs as we speak. We do certain periods of time we dump off so that they can have irrigation water. But as of right now, when we're going into these water problems, it was probably the best time in the world for us to put those pumps in, because we actually very much need them this year. And we're doing some testing today. They are doing fantastic as far as getting our water up to our reservoirs as we speak.
Is that part of the flow that you quoted us before, is the river and the wells?
No, those aren't flowing yet, because those flows will go into the peaking, which peakings or will get pumped back into pretreatment plant, and once pretreatment is up, you'll get those flows. So we come up from the river to Thayer Booster Station. Thayer boosts it all the way up to Atlantic Rim. Atlantic Rim puts into peaking. It settles out between the two, and then we let peaking into pretreatment. And then pretreatment does its job and then lets out what we can produce out of it into regular treatment plant, and then it comes back out.
Councilwoman Lumen? Is this a Cody question?
Yeah. I did go by the cemetery, and it does look much better. I appreciate it, and didn't see any little rodents running around, so either they were hiding or you've done a really good job of getting rid of them. The question I would have, or the request I would have, is for the next meeting. If you could give us some numbers as far as how many people it takes to, and equipment that it would take to trim and mow on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. What kind of manpower and equipment do you need to get that area done on a timely basis? The other question I have, although it's admirable to want to volunteer and do that, if you damage the headstone, are you paying for the headstone?
Well, I'm not damaging the headstone, so the answer is no.
But when you have volunteers
Mhm.
and accidents happen,
If the city damages the headstone, who's?
we have insurance.
Mhm.
Take care of that. If it's a city thing, if it's a volunteer thing, or somebody
know.
just out there, I don't know.
I would recommend, if any volunteers, we use string trimmers only. String trimmers aren't going to damage the headstones. That's what we use now, and we've never had any issues, other than we go through a lot of string.
For me, I would feel more comfortable if anybody's going to volunteer, they let you know.
Absolutely.
The city know.
Yes,
This
absolutely.
is what I wanted to do, so
Yes.
that you can give them proper instruction. Maybe check and see if they would be covered in that way for insurance purposes, but just so we have people out there who care for the cemetery as much as the city does, you know, that want to make sure everything's good and know the proper way of how we want it done.
Absolutely. And majority of volunteers I meet out there, they have family areas, and they're working on their own specific family areas to clean up.
Okay.
So that's a big help for us.
Good. The other thing would be, Hindenburg, did the bids come in? Or are you going out to bid yet?
I just think we fine-tuned it, and it's about to go out. It's been out? Okay.
It's out?
Yes.
Good. When are those bids due back?
I want to believe, I think it's, so with this, we really want to work closely with the contractors that are interested in this, with the scope of work and specifications as far as going through the Wyoming's public works specifications and our own city specifications that we use. So we will, I believe it's 1st of September that we're going to be getting them back in, and we choose September 9th, and then September 12th, we'll be choosing the contractor.
All right, I look forward to that report.
Yep.
Like I said, great job on the cemetery, and just give us those numbers so we can see what can be done.
And also, well, just an update for you, La Paloma, you asked about that last
I
week.
did.
Just very rough numbers going into it. Looking at the footages in there, depending on what kind of street, how we fix the street going back, it's probably gonna range anywhere from $2 to $3 million. And that's just, that would be just the sewer. What we're worried about up there is all the water is in the streets too, and the water system up there is needing to be updated very badly as well. We got fire hydrants that are still at the 4-inch diameter fire hydrants that are insufficient for flows now. We have a specification of 6-inch now. So we'd have to change out, or we'd like to change out the fire hydrants. So that would kind of move those numbers around as well. And also, if we're looking at just the whole area up there, if we start looking at sewer and water and fixing it all going through there, we're looking at closer to the $15 to $16 million mark, depending on the road finish, if we do a complete overlay or if we're patch and bat.
Okay.
Councilmember Segal?
How many people up there have you heard from having the problem?
There's from my perspective, a limited few that have issues, and it's their houses are in a bad spot from the slope of where the sewer system goes and flows.
With that being said, what would it cost us to go in and put the backflow preventer valves in for them? That way they would be cured.
No, it wouldn't be cured, but at least they wouldn't have a.
Yeah.
They still wouldn't have the sewer coming in the basement there.
Yeah, with the limited few, it's really hard for me to ballpark that right
Even if we do the sewer
now.
line up there, you're looking at another year to 2 years at least.
Yeah.
So this way we could take care of something now, so they could quit having them back it up.
Mhm.
Was all I was thinking. I wouldn't think it'd be that bad a price to.
No, it's definitely an option. But it's hard for me to ballpark. I haven't really looked into it for residents, and if the city went in and hired and looked at that aspect for the people that we need to help up there. But I can definitely get some ballpark numbers, and we can look at that as a city.
Councilmember Elliott?
So discussion from the last meeting, even if you put a backflow preventer on their property and that sewer line is clogged or has stuff in there, it's not gonna open up, so it's still gonna flood in their house. It would just be their stuff, but it's still gonna flood.
Clear up the hill coming in.
What's that?
It ain't everything from clear up the hill. Once it's flushed out, then it's resets up.
So,
No, go ahead. You did have your hand up before I did.
Sorry. Councilman Segal, so you're referring to putting them on the main sewer line, or as close to the main sewer line as you can, so it's not on their property? It's
No,
actually-
on the curb side, right there along the curb.
So we have access to it without having to go in there?
Yeah, so we wouldn't have to go in the property and everything, put it right there. And
It's an interesting point.
On the city deal. So I've been around it up, and I've dealt with where we put the pile of men in Rollins. And we've never had a problem with it. They work great. So I just, I was just looking at, because, like I say, it'd be a couple of years at least before we get anything even think about that on sewer line.
And when it comes to backflow prevention, the closer to the main, the better it is. If we have a large backup or anything and something flows back into it, it's a less amount of debris inside that service line for the actual resident to flush it out, instead of it being close to the house. And if a lot of debris gets in there, then maybe they're looking at snaking that before they can get it back. And then you're snaking a lot of that, and once you go through the backflow preventer, it's kind of hard to work that. So the closer it is to the main, the better it is.
Vice Mayor Garner?
He
answered it.
stated
Okay,
what I was gonna say.
all right. Councilmember Elliott?
Instead of using the sewer in the front of their house, could some sewer line be routed to the back of their house and then catch out of their sewer line on the opposite street for the houses that are down at the bottom?
I don't think it could, because of the way the houses are backed up. You'd have to get easements through other people's properties to run it downhill like that. And neighborhood easements, I don't know really how that would really work between neighbors.
Run it right through the park.
Yeah.
Her house is actually on the park.
So it could just go underneath the park to,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're talking, that's a long ways. She lives, it's probably maybe 150 feet from the back of her property to the edge of the park. That's a long ways to run a sewer line. And then you'd have to go in the street anyway and run into sewer. I think the better format is that one as close to the main line as you
And yet
possibly
when you're the one person there this way, we can take care of all of the ones that's having the problems.
Correct, yeah.
Councilmember Lumen?
Could you at the next meeting give us an estimated cost of putting in backflows for those that are having problems?
Yes, I'll put together a cost to put one in, and then we can look at how many houses are in need.
Yep.
And,
And then, because like Councilmember Soloff said, it may be 2 to 5 years before we have money to be able to redo that
Yes.
whole street the way it needs to be done. Not rip it up, put in sewer, rip it up, do in water, but get it all done at once. So if we could do something within the next year or two to put in backflows, it certainly would help them and help the city as well, because dealing with sewage in your house is not
Yeah.
healthy.
Okay. Any, Councilmember Grant, or Vice Mayor
I've
Grant?
been waiting patiently. I'll just circle back to the cemetery. I might have missed it because it was during May when we were doing the budget report. Did we ever get the information for the sprinkler system costs?
for Newmont, not yet. We have not.
No.
Nate has told me that he's gonna look back into that again because the costs that were given to us are very old, and there's new modern devices and better devices. So that's one thing I myself personally really want to put in, because just being hand valves is not working for us. That's one that is using the most water, because it's hard to get to each section and just water each section for half an hour. By the time you get back around, and you're overwatering certain sections tremendously. So that is something I agree that we definitely need to look at. On the systems that we have, I don't know how certain ones will work, but that is on my high priority list.
Might kill two birds with one stone,
Yeah.
save us some money, plus save us
Yes.
some water usage.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. City council updates. I know we covered a lot.
You're the attorney.
Oh, I am so sorry. I skipped right over you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Honorable Council. In regard to fireworks, there is an ordinance against both possessing and discharging firearms, fireworks in the city. So I did want to bring that to council's attention, that there are municipal citations that are issued. There were actually some just issued last week. So this is something that the city takes very seriously. And as a reminder, there was a massive fire last year at this time due to the illegal discharge of fireworks. Just one other minor thing, as requested by council last week, further on the agenda, we will be discussing a resolution regarding the open and concealed carry in the workplace. Nothing further unless there are questions.
Councilmember Elliott?
When you talk about fireworks, a lot of people think it's the ones that just pop. You light them and you pop them. But it also pertains to those fireworks that are like snakes. I think the one that caused the fire last year, from what I believe, it wasn't a popping firework. It was something that let off smoke. I'm not sure about that, but it would be, I would imagine anything that you would purchase at a fireworks stand
That is
that
not
you
in this
ignite.
county.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, city council updates? Councilwoman Lumen?
I just had one other question, and that's about the Larson property. When are we expected to have that cleaned up? Lawrence, sorry.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Lumen, we have that on our list. We're gonna get out a bid for the metal, scrap metal. We just haven't got to that. It is high on our priority list to do that. We've just got so much that we just make excuses, I guess.
And would it be possible to get a list of all the property in Rollins that the city owns that should be up for sale?
Land?
Yeah, what kind of land does the city own? So that we can start thinking about selling some of these properties or see what's needed on these properties before we can sell.
Certainly, Madam Mayor, Councilman Lumen, we have compiled a report that shows all properties that the city owns, and right now it is picture address form. Our next step into that will be to see what we can use that property to get it on the market. That would make sense for commercial or make sense for industrial. Yes, we are looking at that too, but we have that list compiled.
Okay.
It is not like in just a list, it's like pictures with the address within a book.
Okay.
And so that is our next step, is to be able to identify like the economic plan or those things that we could use for that to see where those properties would.
And how long is that process, do you think?
We have the report listed with them. That is in our community development office. So we are actively working on that.
Okay.
Attorney Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Lumen. I have been working with community development on some of those items. To answer first the Lawrence property, I did just, we just did complete some preliminary bid documents. And so we are hoping to get that out sooner rather than later to get the metal cleaned up. The big thing with that is because of the way the current ordinances are, as it is zoned as a junkyard, it does need to be completely fenced. Because of the fire, it did lose some of the fence. What we're trying to do is get it all cleaned up to mitigate the need to re-erect fences that carry yet another financial implication. As far as the properties, I've also been working with community development on those, and there are a number of surplus properties that can be listed for potential sale. In addition to that, there are also quite a number of properties that are currently, they have liens from the city for the abatement of dangerous conditions, that there are probably hundreds of thousands of dollars outstanding in collection. We are looking at some options on how to present that, and in order to present that to council, to begin acting on this. Part of, there some of the initial considerations would be trying to obtain maybe a settlement on some of these properties regarding the liens. Unfortunately, a lot of these are abandoned properties at this point. The family member died, passed away. The heirs have no interest in coming back to town, so they're kind of just sitting there abandoned and claimed with these liens that are probably worth more than some of the property raw land alone is worth. So we are looking at some of those. We're also looking at potentially converting them to money judgments. So there's quite a few different options. They all do take quite a lot of research and time to make sure we have the full paper trail. A lot of it is going to entail going to the land office and conducting a deep dive to know where we are with what those amounts are.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sanger? Did you-
Actually, I only had one thing, and this is Bob Grauberger asked me about this bridge right here. We don't have lines over the top of it. We don't have lines on it.
It's state.
We-
Snows.
Right, so who paints it?
State.
The state? So I don't know how we would get them to take care of their property so that they'll paint the lines so they don't drive in the middle of the roadway? Because they can't see each other.
Madam Mayor, yeah. So, state-owned bridge, but it's not a highway, state highway. So we do actually have a paint machine we are setting up, and we're gonna do some stripes on it this year. That is in a plan that we're working on right now.
Doesn't it fall into the same category of any time the state builds something within your community, once it's built, it's yours, you have to maintain it? You don't get to say, but you're in the maintenance mode at that particular point.
I think it falls just like the underpass, or the pedestrian underpass that we're gonna do. They're gonna build it, and we have to maintain it as far as snow plowing and stuff like that. And I think that this is about the same with the striping on it.
Is that the same way?
Yeah, and I just want to do it for safety. Like you said, we get a lot of complaints about cars not driving in the right lane. You can kind of see where they're at, but if you're not paying attention, you can't see those signs.
We're on the other side, so.
Yeah, we're going to go all the way over the bridge, and that way we have stripes all the way over. So, yes, that's something we're absolutely going to do this year. I've been working with our streets department on that. They are highly focused on it with this nice weather, putting down as much asphalt as possible. We have water breaks, sewer line repairs, holes everywhere through the city that we're trying to get tackle on right now. So with the nice weather, we're shooting for that right now.
Okay.
Bruce?
Isn't this considered a truck route? This street right down through here, 6th Street?
It is on emergency snow routes.
No.
I believe so. Just in case we have to reroute trucks.
Yeah, I thought it was all state maintained, state because it was a truck route.
Nothing that I've ever seen says that. I know that Third, Spruce, and Cedar are that way. We cannot touch
Because
anything there.
As old as I am, it used to go over and at the bottom of the overpass. At the bottom of the overpass, you turned right, went up to the corner and went out down South Highway that way. But then they tied it in there, and after that, but it was always a truck route to get to the South Highway from out here, to get them in there easier than going all the way around. But I didn't know it was still state. State used to always paint them, but.
Next time I have my coordination meeting with YDOT, I can ask them why, but I believe it falls under the maintenance part of some of our structures.
Councilmember Patterson?
On the same lines as the overpass, I was driving down underneath that the other day, and that structural stuff down there on the bottom side of that is almost scary. I mean, there's concrete thrown off of that, and if I was an engineer, I'd say it was structurally should be abandoned probably, because it's terrible down there. It really shocked me.
Yeah, Councilman Patterson, we are actually working with YDOT right now on that bridge rehabilitation. So we've done a recon report where they basically come in and take a bunch of pictures of all of that kind of stuff, what they think is bad, what needs to be fixed. They look at basically the whole understructure of that. They've notified a whole bunch of things that need to be fixed. The second one, we're going to have to go into another agreement with them for them to actually put engineers on the ground, and actually they will go out with hammers, all kinds of stuff, and check what was identified in the first recon report and see how actual bad it is, come up with a new report on how to fix everything and estimated costs. So there is agreements moving forward to fix that. And that one is one that we're under time constraints on, because there's certain federal funding that is around till 27 that we can actually get grant money for that, even though the agreements that we're going for right now, we are only in for the 9.57%, I believe, right now, of the total cost of what the project will be. So we are actually working with, that's one of the projects we're working on with YDOT right now, is moving those forward and trying to get all that bridge structure repaired.
Tell them not to hit it too hard with a hammer.
I don't want to be standing under it.
Use a light hammer.
Any other, Councilmember Elliott?
Bolton Park is looking much better. It looks really good. There needs to be a door put on the male side of the bathroom, and then there's a latch on the female's door where somebody could be locked in. So that might need to be removed. Was there a camera installed there yet, or no? Not yet. I don't know if it was the city or if it was an individual, but now there's flowers painted on that bathroom, on the exterior, like huge white flowers. And I know that somebody was probably doing it to make it look pretty, but that's still some graffiti, I would imagine.
It ain't done yet.
The flower painting?
My granddaughter is painting it.
Oh my goodness.
It ain't done yet.
Oh. So now we know who the culprit is, but it looks nice. I mean, there's big flowers on there. Also, there's like wooden, where there's wooden brown seats, and around I think there's a tree behind the sled or the slide. So that needs to be painted. There's still some work that needs to be done. You probably know. And then also there's, on the metal play area, there are some hazards that you might want to address before something happens. Just walk around there and you'll see open metal and rust at the bottom. Again, the cemetery is looking much better also. I'll say that again. Somebody from Ward 1 called me and they said that there's a $100,000 trust for the Bolton Park. And so maybe you could use some of that money or explain what's going on with it.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Elliott, we do have $100,000 CD that was given for for Bolton Park. My understanding is that we can use the interest on that to be able to do the repairs. So on $100,000, I don't know what our interest rate is, but there is some interest accrued in there that we could obviously budget, put in, talk with council about improvements to Bolton Park.
Okay.
But that $100,000 does exist and it is accounted for.
Okay. Were the curtains ever replaced at the cemetery?
We have those ready to order.
Okay.
With the community gas funds.
Okay.
Yes, I think that is very close.
Mr. Paul Herod in Rollins is interested if you guys need the water lines replaced at the cemetery. I think he's the contractor here, and he does water and landscaping and sod replacement. So I don't know if you guys want to get with him to see if he can get you a quote.
Is that it? Councilmember
And that's all I
Seaver?
have.
If somebody's going to paint things, you might want to let the city know so they don't think it's
City already
graffiti.
knows.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. Where are we at on the concession stand? We're down at the baseball field. It should be out for bid is where it should be. It should be ready to be built.
So what we're doing right now is, last we talked, the council would like designs from 3 different conceptual designs. So we are actually working with an architectural firm right now and giving conceptual drawings. I'm hoping sooner than later we get those to you, but one's gonna be a stick-built metal frame, one's gonna be the block, and one's gonna be,
Containers.
yeah, yes. But we're working on 3 concepts to bring to you for you to pick from, and then we'll go from there on engineering costs, and then move forward on getting that out to bid. But we are working with an architect to give council concepts for a choice.
We're running out of time. So,
I just had one comment. Today on my run, the porta potty at the soccer fields is blown over. It is not usable.
I don't know what would blow that thing over.
I was shocked. I was gonna use it because I always have to go to the
Okay.
bathroom on my runs. But
I will have that fixed.
Okay.
And the door on the women's room at Bolton Park, we will have that fixed this week as well. I talked to my maintenance superintendent today. He's gonna get on that. He's just been out in the cemetery doing burials early this week, and we haven't had a chance to get to it, but we will get that done this week.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I went up and looked at Washington. What they do is that's to lock it in winter, and they can lock it. And I don't understand that up at Washington, you can slide it open and put the lock in it so it's locked open. Why didn't they lock them open up there? But that be said, the one at Bolton, they will be locked open. So it's been changed out and it can't lock open.
I'll work with him to make sure that we have a lock system up there where we can lock it shut if we want as a city, but keep it open, not have residents locked in the bathrooms at any time.
okay. Any other updates? All right. Let's move down to, we don't have any unfinished business, so, I'm sorry. Oh, good, okay.
Yep.
We'll move down to new business and approval of the 4th of July fireworks. Council, or Vice Mayor Garner.
I move to approve the request authorizing the Rawlins Fire Department to proceed with the 4th of July fireworks show for Independence Day celebration in accordance with the City of Rawlins Municipal Code 9.32.040C.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made and seconded to request authorizing the Rawlins Fire Department to proceed with the 4th of July fireworks. Any discussion? Councilmember Elliott?
What is the cost to put on the fireworks display this year?
I don't know.
It's on here, it's on board docs.
Is it on there?
It's-
I don't have the number in front of me. We actually purchased those in like March, April, so we get a good deal. $22,000. $371.37.
Okay. Thank you.
It's
Any
right
other-
up on the screen as well, if anybody would.
Oh.
Yeah, as well.
Any other questions? All right, Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving down to an approval of authorizing the City of Rollins to enter into the State of Wyoming Wildland Fire Management Operation Plan. Councilmember Singer.
I move to authorize the City of Rollins to enter into the State of Wyoming Wildland Fire Management Operation Plan, AOP 2025, and approve Fire Chief Alan Robinson to sign the Wyoming Wildland Fire Management Operation Plan. The AOP will be in effect until July 2027.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made and seconded for the City of Rollins to enter into the State of Wyoming Wildland Fire Management Operations Plan and approve Fire Chief Alan Robinson to sign the plan. Any discussion? Do you have anything to add, Chief?
No, I really don't. This is the agreement that allows us to work with our federal partners and those kind of things on large incidents. And it also helps us if we have a large incident to bring them in, those kind of things, so.
Great. Any other discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Okay, moving down to approval of 2 reallocation resolutions of consensus funds. Do I hear a motion? Councilmember Singer.
I move to approve resolution number 7-2025 for the town of Encampment to reallocate the consensus funds of fiscal year 15-16 in the amount of $31,424.77 to be used for their 2025 6th Street Emergency Sewer Main Replacement Project, and move to approve the resolution number 7A, 2025, for the town of Saratoga to reallocating the consensus funds of fiscal year 15-16 in the amount of $11,077.76 to be used for their 2025 West Bench Sewer Improvement Project.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, the motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution number 7-2025 for the town of Encampment and the town of Saratoga to reallocate their consensus funds from fiscal year 15-16. Manager Sarby, would you like to explain?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. So this consensus funding that was granted to the municipalities in Carbon County from the State Loan Investment Board. So these were SLIB funds that were granted in 2015-16 timeframe. So we had to apply with the grant to SLIB on what we were going to spend these funds for. The city of Rawlins used these funds to purchase a dozer at the landfill. And we received $500,000, $500,000 from the consensus fund. So the city of Rawlins they exhausted all those funds on a dozer at the landfill. The other communities within Carbon County, again, had to apply and ask the SLIB board for their allotment as to what it would go to. The town of Encampment and Saratoga used their funds, except for just a small exception, just a few $1,000s of it that over time has just sat there on their original projects. And so they have resubmitted to have the remaining funds to be used towards current projects that they had with SLIB. And so the SLIB board said that this would work if they went through the municipalities within Carbon County so that they can approve the change in the project. And the town of Encampment had $31,424 left of these funds, and they would like to reallocate that to their 6th Street Emergency Sewer Main Replacement Project. And the town of Saratoga has asked for their remaining funds of $11,077 to go towards the 2025 West Bench Sewer Improvement Project in Saratoga. So by approving this motion, the council would be granting these communities the right to reallocate these funds to these projects to be used. And I believe that they're the last two communities that have excess funds in Carbon County.
They are. We discussed this at COG at length. Gwen presented it to us. Councilmember Sanger.
This is SLIB money?
It was funds granted to the communities through SLIB, so it was passed through funds, more than likely federal funds of some sort. They use SLIB as their allocating agency.
That part I get. What I don't understand is why they need our permission to grant SLIB funding.
I believe it was a Carbon County allocation.
It was out of the total Carbon County, and if they,
and then it was allocated through Carbon County.
and so if there's a change of scope, they have to go back to the other cities and ask that they change their scope?
I believe that's true.
They have to ask permission.
Yeah, they have to ask permission to reallocate through SLIB, and then they go through the communities.
So, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor, a year or so ago, Hannah was looking to get some money, and they had some of their money they hadn't used in 13-14, and we had to, all the municipalities in Carbon County had to approve this. So if you look at what's on the screen up on there, it will go through every municipality in Carbon County has this same resolution. Every mayor needs to sign off, and we need to send it to each of the municipalities. It goes to the town of Saratoga, and it's gonna go to the town of Encampment. And then also, we need to send, then Carbon County will get a list of it, so that every municipality has to vote on it, has to approve it, because those funds were given to Carbon County under the leadership of the Carbon County Commissioners. So we have done it in the past. This is just a legal formality that we have to do that is what the state, is what the commissioners and what the municipalities are asking us to do.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Elliott?
The funds we received, we've already spent though.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
On a dozer at the landfill.
Right.
And they were exhausted. The total cost of the center was $683,000, and we funded that with $500,000 through the grant.
Okay. No other discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 nay. The 1 nay was Councilmember Elliott.
Okay, moving down to another resolution to adopt a policy regulating open and concealed carrying of firearms by city employees during work hours, and employee acknowledgement of City of Rollins policy regulating open and concealed carrying of firearms by city employees during work hours. Do I hear a motion? Councilwoman Lumen.
I move to approve the resolution adopting a policy regulating open and concealed carrying of firearms by city employees during work hours and employee acknowledgement of the City of Rollins policy regulating open and concealed carrying of firearms by city employees during work hours.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to approve the resolution adopting the concealed carrying of firearms policy and acknowledgement. I'll pass it to you, Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Honorable Council. Today, House Bill 172, enacted by the Wyoming State Legislature, goes into effect as Wyoming Statute 6-8-105, repealing statutory gun-free zones previously applicable to public spaces, including municipal buildings. This legislative change allows for the lawful carrying of firearms, including by public employees in settings where such possession was formerly restricted. In crafting this policy, I did seek guidance that was provided by the WAM. Also had extensive conversations with LGLB, and while the policy recognizes the legal right of individuals to carry firearms under Wyoming and federal law, it also seeks to uphold the city's commitment to providing a safe and secure work environment for all employees in the public. The policy prohibits open carry by employees in city facilities except where required by specific job duties, and permits concealed carry to employees who would legally be allowed to possess a valid concealed carry permit by the state or by a reciprocal state. The policy also outlines clear requirements for lawful possession and secure storage, and it affirms that the decision is a personal decision and one that is outside the scope of employment, and prohibits threatening and intimidating conduct regarding weapons. So the new resolution has been crafted to ensure it complies with state and federal regulations. So importantly, the proposed resolution does include a provision that in the event that there are any provisions that conflict with the city's current personnel policies, that the provisions of this policy shall prevail. And so specifically in the personnel policy that we do have under Section 7, which deals with violence and other inappropriate behavior in the workplace, there are prohibitions against firearms and weapons that certain portions of those policy are now void under the current statutory law. So in crafting the policy, what we've tried to do, instead of piecemeal it all over the place, do one policy that specifically contains the language that will preempt the personnel policy. There's also an employee acknowledgement because it is changing the policy that will need to be circulated upon enactment of this. So importantly, regardless of whether council approves this, the policy or not, the law is in effect, and the state statute preempts any local opportunity to discuss and to regulate, not discuss, but to regulate weapons or firearms within anywhere, but only the state can do that. So that is kind of the big overriding issue here. And while we cannot preempt state statute regarding the open and concealed carry opportunities by citizens eligible to do so, there are certain circumstances and certain ways we can regulate it just a little bit within the municipal facilities.
Any questions? Councilmember Garner?
Let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. Yeah, in here it says on number 4, let me tell you which, I got the resolution adopting policy. On number 4, it says concealed carry authorized with restrictions. So they will be able to carry as long as the firearm is concealed ammunition and the ammunition during work hours while on city premises, provided they maintain the firearm and ammunition concealed at all times on their persons or stored in statutorily approved secure containers. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. If there is a violation of this, it says in here, only a certified law enforcement officer are authorized to investigate whether a person is lawfully carrying a concealed weapon. What
correct.
if they are not? What's the punishment?
Then it's an interesting law in which the intent is to allow concealed carry, because that's concealed is the intent. So only law enforcement can question whether somebody is authorized legally. There are also the statute regarding concealed carry. You don't necessarily have to have a concealed carry permit, but you also have to be, not that you would get a permit, but you also have to be, in order to conceal carry, you have to be legally capable of obtaining a permit if you were so chose to do it. So there's a little bit of a loophole. So number 1, you have to be 21 years of age. You have to be lawfully able to obtain a permit, meaning you can't have certain types of violations on your record.
Councilman Sanger just pointed out I missed the disciplinary action, so that answered my question. So
Oh, okay.
I apologize. Thank
All
you.
right. Any other questions? Oh, Councilmember Sanger?
Do we normally have our resolutions and our policies in the same format? I mean, as part of the same document? We don't have a resolution accepting the policy? The policy stays in the policy book, but the resolution stays in the office to clarify that, yes, we accepted the policy? Do we normally do that? Or they're together like that?
They come in all forms and shapes and sizes over the years. There's not a consistent manner of doing it. Since this is a standalone policy, similar to how we do ordinances, is they are contained within the same document. Sometimes they are attached as an exhibit separately. Sometimes they are within the actual body of the resolution or ordinance or proclamation.
Any other questions? Oh, Councilmember Sanger?
It seems to me that those things should be separate, no matter what we're doing. That you have a resolution that says you're accepting a thing, and then the thing is a separate thing. It's not all within the same document. It's, when we're talking about the investment policy, this is the investment policy, but the strategy is not within the policy. Does that make sense? that you would
It
say.
can be done in any manner of ways. so
Yeah,
I
it just
understand
seems
what
like
you're saying.
you'd go,
It's an
okay, so
option.
now where do we find, when you said policy, and I kept reading this, and then I went, wait a minute, I'm missing something. Oh, wait, the policy's below.
Yes.
Instead of going, where's the policy? I understand the resolution, where's the policy? And the policy was within the resolution itself. I just was curious if we normally go through that procedure. Clearly we
Sometimes-
do.
Yeah, sometimes we do, and sometimes it's separate there.
We should
There
probably
is
have a policy about whether we
Policies?
keep those things together. or
Policy about
separate.
policies.
You know.
Well, interestingly, when you look on board docs, there's a little tab that says policies. There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. Even better.
Never been out.
Okay.
Councilmember, or, sorry, Vice Mayor Garner.
You're fine. With how quick this was put together, do you feel we should probably have more time to go through this to avoid any legal consequences that might come of it if we try to enforce it?
I've actually already spoken with LGLP at length about this. Specifically, LGLP have been consulted regarding the liability concerns, and they have advised that they find this policy acceptable within it is legally compliant. The big thing is within the statutes, there are penalties that can be brought upon citizen complaint in action. But LGFP is advised that they're not going to be increasing contribution rates in light of this new legislation. And they are not going to be offering additional liability riders. LGLP coverage will remain at the limited liability, which is $250,000, $500,000 for individual and for incidents, for claims under the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, and $1.5 million for federal law claims. So, importantly, on this resolution, one of the things that was very important to point out is number 7, scope of employment, is an employee's decision to carry a concealed firearm is a personal choice and not a directive, endorsement, or authorization by the city of Rollins. The possession of a weapon is not considered within the scope of an employee's duties unless the employee is a sworn law enforcement officer or other authorized personnel. So therefore, that clause protects the city from those employment type of actions, because unless they are a sworn officer, LGLP coverage will not cover an incident. It is an individual, personal decision.
All right, any other discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 5 yeas and 2 nays. The 2 nays is Vice Mayor Garner and Councilmember Elliott.
Okay, moving down to an executive session. Councilwoman Lehman?
I make a motion to move to enter into executive session at 9:06 PM per Wyoming Statute 16-4-405A 9, 2, and 3, to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law, to consider the appointment, employment, right to practice, or dismissal of a public officer, professional person, or employee, or to hear complaints or charges brought against an employee, professional person, or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from any public or private hearing during the examination of a witness any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following the hearing or executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decision in executive session on matters concerning litigation to which the governing body is a party, or proposed litigation to which the governing body may be a party.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded to go into executive session at 9:06 PM. Any discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open.
Six.
9:06, yeah. Vice Mayor?
Oh. I was waiting for it to pop up on my screen.
It won't come up on the, if you're not on the main screen.
Yep, there we go.
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thanks.
Still like these Doritos.
I've never done that before.
Who will be voting? I think everybody just started. Oh, you can resign.
How's it going? Forgot my paperwork. You know. All the fun stuff that we gotta do. Do with it. Those guys are gonna film it.
She thought it was gonna be a small agenda.
Yep, I was talking about you saying, oh, I don't want executive session.
I know, I'm so sick of executive sessions.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Worst part of it is I rode the motorcycle tonight.
Oh, is that your bike?
It's super warm out though, so that's a plus.
Is it still?
Oh, shit. I had the city attorney.
Oh, I unplugged you. Sorry.
That's all right, mine's unplugged in.
I should have emailed pizza in my brother's house.
Oh, she knew.
Daryl, remember when we said we didn't want any executive sessions?
Yes. Yeah, I clearly remember that statement.
Am I special to get
And
some?
how did that work out? Not good. But I do like my new password. It's easy to remember.
You gotta be up at 4 a.m. Where are you going tomorrow?
Jackson.
Ooh, yeah. Well, that'll be nice.
Well, it's for my kids'
Just stay
doctor's
away
appointment.
from Newcastle. You'll be all right.
I will. It's the wrong end of the state. Oh.
Yeah, you're at Newcastle.
Yeah, I went the wrong way.
Newcastle on the right.
Yeah.
Well, they had that hailstorm.
Then I
Yeah.
was-
Jackson's on the left,
Yeah.
Newcastle's on the right, yeah.
6 inches of hail on the ground. And right down the highways. Rivers
We're
of
just gonna
water.
let.
All right, where's Steve? He must have had to go.
He went to the bathroom.
Well, at least you wait.
Refresh, aren't we?
Yeah. All right, do I have a motion to come out of the executive session? Or Vice Mayor Gardner?
I move to come out of executive session per Wyoming statute 16-4-405A 9, 2, and 3 at 10:54 p.m.
Second.
Okay, it's been made and seconded to come out of executive session at 10:54. Any discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. Motion passes with 7 yeas.
Okay. Councilmember Patterson.
Move to approve the executive session minutes of June 17, 2025, regular city council meeting as presented.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to approve the executive session minutes of June 17th, 2025, regular city council meeting as presented. Any discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. The 1 abstain was Vice Mayor Garner.
All right, moving down to a claim. Councilwoman Lumen.
Move to approve and pay claim number GL 257284 as presented.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to approve claim number GL 257284. Any discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. Motion passes with 7 yeas.
Are there any objections for matters discussed in executive session? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 10:56 PM with our next council meeting at July 15th, 2025. And we will have a work session. Correct. Yes. Okay.
What was it about?
10:56.